Yay! Another day in Ravenshaw. I think that's how it's called. Time to solve a murder. Or die trying. So, we are working on our list of quests. We have the stuffed bird that we can take to God. We need to find Ruby. We need to determine where the shot came from. We are still looking for a cryptologist. Add even more beauty to the wall. Yeah. Get signatures. Get Isabel and Lillian. So we've got one of those. I have no idea who the other person is.
Winter, slow to let go of Revachol. Flecks some more wet snow from above. The
Look
snow
around.
falls lazily, making the beach sand paler still, mixing with the rust-colored sewage runoff. And to think, it seemed as though it were already spring.
How does it
melting
feel?
snow seeps through your thin clothes. Grandmothers don't let their grandchildren out dressed so lightly in this weather. You look around.
What's in the
More
west?
winding coastlines lined with abandoned buildings, crumbling piers, salt water lapping at their dark piles, grey and red forgotten city blocks, what remains of the pre-revolutionary effort to gentrify the coast.
And
The
beyond
waters
that.
turn black, coal city in the shadow of San Martin, a boom town. Back when coal extracted from countless shafts near the city was needed to power Revachol. No more. The coal was supplanted by petroleum from the ocean floor and hydropower from the Esperance. Everything crumbled. These days, only the weakest remain in Coal City. Their hopes of getting rich linger in the defunct shafts under their feet. Below the old mines, l'Océan Municipal, Revachol's underground cemetery. Le Petit Rat braved the underground passageways, trying to get to Le Royaume, where the
Okay.
Philippian kings were interred, with their doctors and their admirals. Mausoleums, burial chambers, leaf gold still remains on the double door of the morning.
Yeah, that's where Kuno
Yes,
sent Yoska.
to peel the gold off with his fingernails. Children under 14, they go underground looking for artifacts to sell to foreign museums and for fabled relics. Their parents let them. They go deeper. Few Petit Rat return from the shafts. Even fewer find what they're looking for. A small child steps out of the black tunnel with silver trinkets in her pockets. All around her, white snow on the extinguished coke furnaces and on the weather-worn shacks where fathers beat their sons after drinking. The snow melts on your fingers, turning to water.
It's below me. Is there like a
Layer
sewer
upon
system?
layer of sand, poisoned with industrial runoff. The storm drainage, hidden bunkers. Rats scuttle.
Tell me a secret of the sands. Wind.
Someone stuffed a big old polar anorak into a concrete pipe under the boardwalk. It would keep you warm. You would probably never happen across it. But who knows? Near, snow falls into dark water. She prays, though she doesn't believe. There is a hum in the air.
How
That's
do I
all.
know then?
We should keep
Okay.
moving. Who knows when the snow will let up?
True. wait a moment. Is the woman the one that I need to get the other
The
other
old
signature
woman
from?
still hums her unknown song. She opens her eyes to acknowledge your presence. There's a gap where the name of that song should be. You should ask her about it right now.
A
What's the
lullaby
song?
my mother used to sing. I sang it to my kids too. It's an old Samaritan children's song.
What's it called?
Surrender to the night.
That's kind of grim for a children's song, even if it is a lullaby.
Yes, it does. Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie.
What was
Now
Isabel the
it's your
name?
turn, Mr.
I can even tell her my
Quite a
title.
handle you got there. So many titles. One of them double.
But it's just how I
She's
roll.
got a couple of ranks herself. Honored chief and so on.
Eh? What's this about? Come now, I can't read all this scribble. Tell me what it says. Huh, I might be half blind, but it looks like part of the village is gonna be a street. The best part. The part we need to get out of our houses.
Oh. Yeah, I guess there was a downside to
I
this.
see Lillian's name is already here. The girl is too trusting. Either way, I won't sign union papers.
What do you have against the
I've
union?
seen it all before. You think they've got our interests at heart? Rich men are always selling poor men promises we never planned to keep.
Sadly true.
Then the poor get pushed out of their homes and the rich get a little richer. That's the way it goes. So, no, I don't trust the fat man, and neither should you.
Yeah, but he kind of keeps my
In
gun
her
hostage.
mind, the Union is right-wing because Everard is fat. It's that simple, and there's no change in it. She speaks with the authority of a leader. Hers is the final word around here.
Okay, do I have a way to increase suggestion? Minus suggestion. Currently I don't have anything that debuffs me in that regard. That would give me +1 suggestion. So let's go with that code. That's as good as it gets.
A policeman. What can our village do for you?
I wonder if I can somehow get it easier.
Just us. It's barely a village anymore. We almost don't exist. This is pretty much a non-place. A gap. A blank spot on the map. Just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street.
The place is so pornographically poor, it's not even funny.
Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east. But they are away right now.
Okay.
And then there's the drugs. Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them. Lillian is tough. Tougher than the men here, at least. If it wasn't for her and the kids, this place wouldn't have a spark of life left. Sooner or later, you'll see for yourself. Don't have to look long to find these guys.
She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
I think the kids can help me make this check easier.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5 years old. The other one looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth.
Yes. Yes.
This one doesn't say anything, kicking the concrete with his worn-out sneaker.
Lily's our mum.
The stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head is too large for his shoulders. The other one laughs as well. Wow, so intellectually stimulating.
Have you seen any bad
What
people
bad
around?
people?
I don't think questioning 4-year-olds without their parents present is gonna crack the case.
Yeah, but maybe they know where Ruby is.
Definitely doing it.
Let's fail our check here, shall we?
The policeman. What can our village do?
It's really in her best interest to listen to you. You know how the world works.
I've heard that pitch before plenty. Building this, building that, new jobs, new blood. Somehow the people here always end up holding the short end of the stick. Were you dropped on the head as a kid? You can't live off a pittance for long.
True.
Do you know who takes the cream off these deals? Real estate developers, construction companies, restaurant owners, Claire's accountants in La Delta.
I don't think restaurant owners profit from, a child charity.
Have
Why
some
you-
integrity. You're an officer of the law, not some fat slug's corrupt little crony.
I can be both.
It's okay. She's emotional right now. Keep at it. Wear her out. You know, there could be another way. You'll need to go someplace private and discreet, though. Your room in Whirling would do.
Yeah, I don't think I want to forge this signature, because I have a feeling that's what this alludes to. And I have a feeling this is probably not the way to go. Let's heal our moral a little. Oh right, there was this place here that we can still loot.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
Ah, okay. But I think I was already in there, right? Yeah. There was no ruby there. Someone has broken on the fence and the barbed wire. Could it be that Ruby is hiding here? Tape smallest church in St. Sense. Okay.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reel's attached to the apparatus with a... You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing. Then the organ starts playing a simple, melancholic tune echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in. telling you about the tiniest church in Cessons, surrounded by even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. It's mega sad. Within seconds you know, this is the one. The real shit you've been looking for. The one you trust your room to. This one tells it like it is. This is your tune.
Oh, am
A
I going
click,
to sing karaoke?
Then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning. Of course you could sing this. You could take sad to a whole new level with this. And you already know the lyrics since you've listened to it like a million times.
I could take sad to a whole new
Yep,
level.
They're all here. All 3 verses. And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Only one obstacle stands on your way. God.
What?
You have to convince God to let you sing karaoke in the whirling. After you've won him over, you can express yourself. Let the pain out. Make everyone understand.
Definitely.
The lieutenant watches you pack up the boombox. He doesn't say anything.
Well, the lieutenant doesn't know about our master plan. Okay, this is where I came from. Oh, what do we have here? Shame. Quick travel unlocked church. Wait, can I? I can loot all of this. I'm so going to loot. I'm not sure why there is money everywhere, but I'll take it. Oh, is this church? Do you think Ruby's inside? Could be, right? Oh, I got a musket. I could... I could do more suggestion now.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood.
Take a look at the
This
padlock.
cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp and a staple screwed into the wooden door. The lock is adorned with a yellow sticker. It'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, that sticker is interesting, somehow. You
Look
see
at the
a yellow
sticker.
circle with 2 X's and a big curve below them that looks like a mouth. You're pretty sure you haven't seen it before, but what the symbol depicts is clear enough. A smiling dead guy. The curve makes it smile, and the X's make it dead.
Okay.
There is something blindingly modern about this symbol. Its modernness puts to shame everything you've seen before. He takes off his glasses and uses a blue handkerchief to thoroughly wipe them clean before inspecting the sticker. Then he looks up, pauses, and replies.
No. Looks like a dead man smiling. Suggests junior delinquency.
Why?
I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth. That level of conceptual thinking is not part of my skill set.
Okay, let's get
There's
that
nothing
sticker.
like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb.
Yeah,
Voila.
sure.
Looks very modern.
Secret task style your
You're part
paperwork.
of the future brigade now, and so is your formerly humdrum ledger. Neon, baby. The carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. 2 large beams shoot downwards, sinking into the wood before they reach the threshold. The surface is smooth from the wind, but moist to the touch. The padlock passes through a staple that's been hastily attached to the wood. Closer inspection reveals that one of the screws is not a screw at all, but a nail. The work has been done recently and is unprofessional, to say the least. Should you want to get through, it might be easier to just pry the whole thing off.
Maybe we should circle the building first and look for another way. The building has seen enough mistreatment.
Okay.
Yes, the pulsing base. A sure sign of junior delinquency, somewhere east of here.
There's something on the sea ice there.
Okay. We'll be back, Church.
A pane of Eternite has been planted into the snow. 2 poles are holding it up. Barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute. A stronger gust of wind might be enough.
Is this a bridge?
It looks like a makeshift bridge. Could be convenient.
The pane
Yeah, sure.
falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
We should ask that girl on the ice what's going on here.
Probably.
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh. Hello there.
Hi.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing.
Yeah. Where's your hat?
Huh?
Maybe she didn't hear you. A little louder.
You said you should have a hat on. Not that I have one,
So
but...
should you. I don't know, some kind of a store? Maybe a general store? Look, man, fuck the hat.
What did she just say? That's not how a civilian is supposed to address an officer of the law.
Is that kind of language really
I'm
necessary?
sorry I said fuck the hat. I was concentrating on something else.
No, it's okay. You are allowed to express your thoughts on hats.
My whole family swears and it rubbed off on me.
Have you seen a red-haired woman?
No,
Oh,
Just no?
it's pretty desolate here. I only hear the dogs bark at night and see the shadows move down the coast. A cell.
Her
interesting
hair
name.
is dyed blonde, with dark roots showing. There's a coarseness to her features, some masculinity below that timidness.
Why? Okay, it's Berger.
Could it be made
A
up?
very common name. You have little reason to doubt that's her real name. But she's not all that surprised by this cop show questioning, is she?
What's this device?
This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still.
Wait, is she with like those insect guys that I'm looking for?
Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone. Okay. Recording, I guess.
What would
I
that be?
think I'm recording cracks in the ice. But there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that'll sound. My boyfriend sold them. I
What
don't know,
for?
man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
Okay.
A lie. They were probably pawned off for something suspicious.
The musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain. Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway. I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
Take this, you're called.
Oh,
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
It's okay.
That? The boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not gonna be a Palaceum, that's for sure. Yeah, Andre and the guys, they're inside, in the tent.
okay.
And why is that?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room.
Really?
Music stuff mostly. Like this tape recorder, but bigger. And there's piles of it. Yep, they were pretty. I'm sorry we sold those. That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold.
But this advocate. Don't think she likes us.
Go ahead. It's supposed to become like a club for anodic dance music, like that new style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Palaceum. Except that, yeah,
So, I mean, it seems to be an abandoned church that somebody has like shut the door, sealed it, sort of. But who does this church belong to? Does anyone claim ownership? Could it just
The
go inside?
floorboards are twisting, and the shooting beams are slowly cracking, like bones. Far east of the Golden Delta, beyond the industrial port, there is a black patch of unlit coast with the smallest creatures on the ice. There will never be a club for anodic music here.
It's
Not in a million years.
you put the padlock?
no,
No.
not really, no.
She's trying to get out of a direct lie with semantic tricks. She personally didn't put the padlock on the door.
Yeah, you know, that's what I meant. Noid did. Noid put the padlock on the door.
Who is this annoying?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. To keep more weirdos from getting in. Fucking Martinez. I'm sorry. It's got the worst weirdos. If you get around to it, ask Andre about him, he'll tell ya. You know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments.
Wait, that was a secret task?
Synthesizers and tape consoles.
Oh,
Microcomputers
check the 10
too.
experience.
Anything that uses electricity, but isn't guitars. Also found sounds, stuff like that.
You see clear, beautiful, violent flashes of light. Light cutting through a smoke-filled darkness. That is what the future will look like, if it ever comes.
I know. It's not my idea. Andre and the boys found the place. It was supposed to be deserted, but now they can't even take it. Hey, you two are cops.
Yeah, we are the police. Yeah, why do you ask?
Maybe you could talk to Andre and the guys. Because there are some strange things going on in that church. If you're police, you should look into it, right?
We'll talk
They're
to
inside
them.
that thing there. Would be cool if you did. Was there something else? Go ahead.
The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns the yellow plastic cover. Underneath, you see a reel of tape rolling. You put the device back on the ice.
Okay.
Well, it's just questioning, right? You're just questioning me. It's what cops do.
I suppose.
Fast and clean, a good one. Can't quite say it's a lie, but it feels like one. She's better at lying than she'd like everyone to know.
Once or twice, yeah. I'm sorry I haven't had the Revachol experience they get east of the river. Rich people. Rich people are east of the river.
Who are those rich people?
Aren't they? I thought they were as Vachalair as any of us, just way richer. Maybe you're right. Most of them do speak 3 languages. The usual. I had a shitty run as a teenager.
What's the
You
usual?
know, drinking, getting into fights. The ugly stuff that happens when you move out your parents' place at 13. In Forberg.
Interesting term. Time to glean some knowledge.
What is
Is
Forberg?
this a rhetorical question?
Forberg, not in Forberg, is a massive banlieue south of Jamrock Quarter. It is the largest ghetto in Revachol, possibly the world.
Why did you have to move out so
My
young?
dad was a drunk. Plus, I guess, I just wanted to drink too, you know. Get my party
Oh.
on.
Drinking, partying, and this music band for you should take me as a warning exam.
She nods very cautiously.
Okay, bye.
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota. Evening falls. The time has come to take the vow. The vows
about
of
music?
blood and flesh.
It's my low intestine going on
Lower
about.
intestine. The term is metabolic and circulatory system.
What's the hard stuff?
Fascism, Brota.
No. Proceed to the judgment.
You're going to keep your vooz, right? Keep your vooz, Brota. There's a slow, painful growl somewhere in your intestines, knocking on your alcohol-engorged liver. It is one of betrayal and disappointment.
Oh.
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside, 3 young men, all in forward-looking apparel, reminiscent of the sticker on the padlock, are listening to some new form of music. It's like nothing you've ever heard. One of them looks at you.
Come on, get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
Wait, if I can fit in there, then why doesn't she fit
It's
in?
safe to assume this is their leader, or at least he thinks he is.
Sorry,
is him?
we barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
I see.
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
Well, let's
You
talk to
see
him, I
a
guess.
youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
Good, so.
This is my posse, Noid,
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
and Egghead. Egg! Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers.
How many music venues have you
We have
organized?
many in the pipeline, officer.
I see.
That means they haven't set up a single one yet.
You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
And you found this church here.
Also for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues. Ah, so you've met her? Good, good. Yeah, it's a matter of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
Narcomania?
I'm talking about the church, and I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Oh, I see. Does he mean narcotics? Are there like a lot of drug addicts inside?
Dopeheads!
Good evening, Tom. Yes, happy Friday, my friend.
Burnouts.
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that, in Revachol.
Strike that! The world!
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts holed up in there were the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burners really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
Why do all the criminal lowlifes have UK or US accents? I think, Tom, the problem is that everybody in this game tends to be a criminal, I have a feeling. No matter the accent.
Yes, yes. And the worst part is, they're also spooky.
Wow, they're spooky.
I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge. Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse. People just wanna spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can dance like that. Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever
Okay.
spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for.
Let's investigate spooky
All right,
stuff.
man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchanged giddy looks.
Oh yeah, that's a meteor and name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it.
Okay.
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know. I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organisation.
Okay.
Yes? I did ask Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. It's a temporary fix, just something to contain the situation.
Oh yeah, games Teddy. Well, there was one good game yesterday. The others were mostly like... Well, there was another one that was close, I suppose, but it was mostly just boring and disappointing.
I had to do it in a hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
Well, I'd need the key to the panel. Some spiky hair. Yeah, this guy definitely likes spiky hair.
Of course. Noid, give the officer the key.
All right.
Be the cool cop. Catch the key.
It's as if time has frozen somehow. You think you can sense the key moving in the air. Yeah, this is going to be way cool. Blam! Straight in the eye. Straight in the old eye orb. In the looking ball. It's stabbing pain. Tears stream uncontrollably from your right eye.
Man, I'm super sorry. That was totally my bad. I got overexcited. Threw him too hard. I'm sorry. I really am sorry, man. Just take this, okay?
Well, looks like there's quite a lot there.
I could use the money.
I hope that settles it. Or wait, the key?
These 2 fingers in V for victory. Yeah, both fine.
He is shifting in his spot, uncomfortably, still feeling sorry for the mishap.
We were talking about the padlock, I think.
How long have those people been locked in there?
Like a week, maybe? I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90%, maybe 85% sure they're still alive.
I'm
Somewhere
sure.
in the ruinous past that led you here, there was something called exams. You may have learned the term involuntary manslaughter there.
Yes, I do. I listen to Channel 8 all the time. I know about crime stuff, and I assure you, officer, this is not what's happening here. I'm at least 80% sure they're alive. I mean, come on. Most people aren't ever that alive in their entire lives. I knew you'd get it. You're one smart cop.
He nods attentively, ready to answer the questions of...
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do it.
Who exactly are
Truth
those
is,
people?
I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses.
You haven't even seen
Well,
them?
There's also the machinery.
Oh, now it gets
This
interesting.
machine is of the deeply mystical variety.
Ooh,
When I
mystical.
first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together. So about 2 weeks ago, we came here hoping to set the stuff up. Suddenly, there are all these strange machines lying around in there.
One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires into water. Never seen anything like it.
Andre, tell him about the feeling.
Oh, and it felt like there was something in there with us, watching us from the dark.
Okay.
No, the other one.
Which other one? I'm not as in tune with my emotions as you are, Egg.
Felt like silence. Awful silence.
But you haven't physically seen
Not
anyone.
exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church. A couple of times. And we felt someone, or something, eyeing us inside. But that's kinda it.
So I happen to look for a red-haired woman.
Sure, why not? Yeah,
But
Okay.
not really. Brown hair. Old. Heavy, dark signs.
Oh,
what Noid said.
I
So
see.
brown and older, Ruby might have dyed her hair, though it seems like a stretch at this point.
You should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too. Probably, very likely.
Okay, let's
Sure.
talk to Noid.
What? As always, we'll be right here, waiting patiently for the news. Yeah!
I should probably heal myself a little bit.
So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Noid. Good. It's good you talked to Andre first. Gave me time to get a reading on your sign. Can't really talk to people before you get a reading.
Why are you called
The hardcore
Noid?
aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed with the law at this moment.
It's not easy to reach a harmonic resonance of signs without some adjustment.
We need sign matching.
Further sign matching would do good for us. One way to achieve this would be by getting us into the church.
Okay.
A sticker? You mean the yellow one? Can you describe it to me?
Interesting. He wants you to describe it, though he already knows what it looks like.
Oh wow! Right on your cop ledger. You like it?
Definitely.
It is cool, but it's also more than that.
What's it supposed to be?
The dead guy smiling.
Okay.
He defeated history. We are living in the age of history, and in the eyes of history, we are always already dead. How can we ever smile then? Because history is a lie, and so are its deaths.
Are you on drugs, buddy?
Present moment and life are the hardcore. The hardcore expels death. Or maybe he's not dead. Maybe he's just really ecstatic about the beats.
Okay.
I guess one could write an entire treatise on the thing. But what for?
Okay. Let's investigate the church. Perhaps should be. I mean, perhaps one should be on drugs to discuss this. Possible.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The lock turns easily. You hear a click as the shackle pops open.
Let's go.
As you do, you hear the echo of the doomed commercial area, its black holes and dusty machines. Then the feeling passes. A great whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards of the church, as though rushing to fill a great vacuum in the heart of the city.
Okay. There is definitely interesting equipment here. Someone is doing things here.
The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore.
Creepy.
Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent. And then it's gone. Almost all of it, but for the faintest of hums.
I'm sure this is perfectly natural and fine.
It seems the sound here is detached from its source somehow, if not blotted out outright. Truly unusual. Sounds like the Pale.
Okay. Shouldn't the Pale be like far away? Well, relatively far away.
From recordings of the Far Pale. You've heard them. We all have. You can hardly hear your own breathing. Your voice is barely audible. Not a howl, but the softest of whimpers.
If the Pale is here, shouldn't it be concerning? Isn't Pale like sort of eating away at the word?
You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more total, somehow. The lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his head. Then he leans closer.
Can you hear anything? The church just has strange acoustics, some engineering trick.
Maybe the church was designed this way to prevent boisterous activity, singing and dancing on its premises. The lieutenant doesn't reply, but you can sense him tense up next to you. The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead.
83% chance. Come on. Yes. What am I perceiving?
It's like there's something moving up there. A shadow has emerged from the tower and it's making its way toward you through all the other shadows. It's not a shadow anymore, becoming more substantial as it gets closer. The shape of an animal descends.
Maybe it's a cat? Maybe we can pet it.
Officer, is there something up there?
Oh no, you've lost sight of it. Where did it go? Yes, the darkness makes the ceiling feel infinitely far away. You see
This looks like a human.
hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes. Maybe it's possible to talk to it.
I mean, this looks pretty much like a person.
The shadow is a man made of the same stuff as the carpentry of the building. He is studying you intently. The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze, then speaks.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry, everything's gonna be alright. You come to the right place.
That accent is Villalobos, a peninsula in Mesk and a district in Jamrock. There's a sizable contingent of Villalobos-speaking Mesks in Revachol.
Okay, the right place for one.
Here you can receive the mother's love. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of the despair at the bottom of that bottle.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
I mean, he might know something
I'm
interesting.
put off by this religious stuff, he thinks. And maybe the ceiling climbing, too. It's all very hard to square with the lieutenant's own view of reality. Hey, and what was that about the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Shish.
Está crudo, way. I see deep inside you. Your body and your spirit are suffering greatly from overindulgence. And you don't even know it.
I'm in touch with my suffering.
Not all of it. I was like you once. You don't know all the havoc El Vino is wrecking on your mind and your spirit. Necesita parar, homie.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
Don't trust me. Trust the mother. I'm only the messenger, Holmes.
Wasteland of reality.
This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is he just trying to throw you off your game? 'Tis not an act, my liege. Save him perchance, he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot.
I mean, we already, experienced the silence, so it makes sense if he calls it the Church of Silence. So yeah, do we know anything about the machines?
Oh, the spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa. Don't know, Holmes.
The Aetam is Grandma?
No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not that young. Age is just one of the many masks we wear.
Wait, what if it's Ruby?
Exactly.
Did it ever seem to you like she was hiding here from something?
You mean like a fugitive?
Exactly.
No, man. Quite the opposite. I don't think she cared much about authority or anything else for that matter. Maybe only about her machines.
I see. And where is she now?
I told you, Holmes. I don't know. Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests.
I see.
I'm afraid not, Essay. You just have to wait until she comes back, or
search through her radio computer.
I suppose.
Sure did, Holmes.
Are you human? I mean, he looks
The
pretty
sinewy
human.
figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows.
But what are you doing
This
here?
is a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there. A way out into nothingness. This church was built around it for purposes of veneration.
Oh, so there is some pale
I
here.
circled it, nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of these days, I'll be pure enough to go drink from it directly.
That sounds very unhealthy.
I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, I won with the state of the world before reality began.
Yeah, this guy's
That
nuts.
sounds a bit like substitution behavior, no? You know a thing or two about that.
Oh, that's no simple question, Essay. She is one who can be painted or sculpted. She is a cavity in the dark beyond sense. She saved me, but I couldn't describe her to you. No one can, Holmes, and no one ever will.
Yeah, you kind of feel like you're on drugs.
It's not like that at all, man. It's just faith and joyful service.
Too gleeful, those words. He is lying. Not to you, to his very own self.
Yeah. Faith can be kind of a drug.
I heard that before, Way. And I know I can't convince you on the spot. But think, when's the last time you woke up from silent communion with a hangover, regretting what you did last night? She took you for a good spin, huh? Don't worry, bro. That love is but a drop compared to the ocean of the mother's love. The mother will eat all of you and never spit you out. I know it will take time. Don't sweat it.
So what
I
are
know
you...
it will take time. I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory.
Yeah. How do you worship silence? One would expect being silent.
I don't mean literal singing, Holmes. This is the mother of silence we're talking about. It's the singing of a burning heart. You may be thinking, but fire crackles. No, Holmes. That's the material that's burning. The flames themselves are without sound. Hard to say. I think I did some construction work here, back when I still had material worries. Up there, I realized what the true purpose of the church was. Been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to me now, Way. It didn't belong to me.
The sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows.
Yeah, why has this church been
Police
abandoned?
raid a while back.
Did you witness it?
Not really, or at least I don't remember much of it anymore. The mother's love has done its job. That's what's so great about the mother. It lets you forget about everything. The ones in the tent outside, right? I see them, think they scared of me.
What do you
Why
think?
not? They wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way up there, imbibing. Ain't no music on earth that can reach where I go.
Well, okay, so we have him
Might even
convinced.
be nice to have some company.
So now we just need the lady that apparently is here at times, and her machines. And we steal somebody's shoes there. Empathy, okay. Now my current shoes give me perception for some reason. I think we'll stick with that for now. So we now have the wasteland of reality. 20 hours. Sure, we will go for some wasteland of reality. Let's check out this computer.
A machine stands in the corner, watched over by the figures on the stained glass window. It's turned on and quivering with soft electricity.
Another radio computer. And this time it's already turned on.
These machines sometimes harbor traps, he thinks. Alarm systems and the like. Let's be careful.
Yeah, what could possibly go
We should
wrong?
leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case.
Let's
You
investigate
see
it.
fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch connected to the central compartment is wide open. The lieutenant says nothing. You see the machine's glowing frame reflected back from his diamond-shaped glasses. You're free to proceed. Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver tape on the side says, in black marker, Log, February to March. This is the machine's filament memory. Press play to access its contents.
Let's press play
The
then.
speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old.
Good afternoon. Votre accident on Saint-Brun. This is the East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the doomed commercial area.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Let's look around. There's no use trying to get... Maybe he knows something.
Received. Votre accident. Is
Okay.
there anything else I can do for you today? Goodbye. But
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated, revealing...
What happens when we
fluorescent
press
play and
print?
but nothing happens.
Oh. Why does everything need a password? And I never
hey,
have those.
wait. There's coffee in the back. Oh, wait. I meant the mother's love. Too many times, Esse, you need it for something.
Yes.
Surveys are a good way to fish for personal information, especially in the name of public safety.
I'm doing a survey of password.
Don't sweat it, vato. The password is afterlife death. What you think of that? Makes me almost pity La Nilita Pequeña. When I think we're done here, Ese.
That was an interesting conversation. However,
Yes.
I'm still not sure whether we'll find our suspect here.
The important part is we got a password.
The machine's keyboard is still eluding the speaker.
Good afternoon, Fortress Accident on Saint-Brune. This is good. Please repeat good. I have unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament. Fortress Accident, is there anything else I can do for you today? I have 2 machines registered to this company name in Martinez. One on Saint-Brune, the other on Rue de Saint-Ghislaine.
Wait. Is the password also working for the other
Saint-Brune.
machine?
That's the church. And Rue de Saint-Ghislaine? That's the doomed commercial area.
Well, we need to go back then.
Anything else I can help you with? Goodbye, Fortress Accident.
The machine's keyboard is still. The
Oh, wait,
machine's
I
keyboard.
need
The
to
printer
press
prints
print.
out a long text document with dated paragraphs. It looks a bit like someone's journal. The first entry, made on the 4th of February, 51, by an unknown author, is short and concise. Arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get the electricity in.
Yes, she figured it
The
out.
lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder. Just as you finish reading, he looks up, muttering under his breath.
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while.
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It's a little spooky, all right. Still haven't figured out the electricity. 7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. I'm thinking ESCA series, something advanced.
Why would anyone need any of this equipment here?
That's a good question. We don't actually know what this equipment
8th
does.
of February, 51. Bought the antenna, had some problems setting it up. Called Simon for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of town. Sulislav started a rock band again. Lexi has been seen asking money from strangers. But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine too. I mean, they're programmers. The writers, though, they're fucked. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup, when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right.
I mean, they are the company that tried to make this game, right?
I think these people worked in the radio computer games
Exactly.
business. The one we saw in the Doom commercial area. They must be our former co-workers. Seems like something to do with radio computers. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about them to understand what the author is saying. Something about the backup data getting destroyed, and how everyone thought it was the author's fault. Let's just keep reading.
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church. Going to start working tomorrow, 8 a.m.
The strike. We are nearing the date of the murder. Keep reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what's that radio anomaly that sent this person here in the first place.
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audiospatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows sound. Need to get some mics.
Okay, I was hoping there would be something about like the strike or the murder.
Is she talking about?
And she's talking about the pale, I suppose.
28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the Swallow is real, and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence, with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected to the data loss that led me here.
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk?
The lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying the basins. The water shines in them. No ripples.
Thought we'd already concluded it's probably the pale.
March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music, one neo-disco song over and over again. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good, I don't want anyone distracting me from my work.
The girl on the ice? Sounds like her, yes.
March 51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in Martinez. Can't do anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't want to let me inside the building. Thinks I'm part of some kind of curse. How Martinez of her.
Yeah, that was me.
I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with the machine.
Oh, come on.
No. It was a great idea. You're learning things. This is how you learn things about machines. March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles. Crackers. Ping energy drinks. Water. Toothpaste. Gum. Also some canned air.
Canned air?
Your reading is interrupted by the sound of the church door opening. A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
Well, I guess we found the owner.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
Indeed.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
We are the law. I'm pursuing a mysterious lead, searching for most then. Looking for suspect in murder investigation.
No one's hiding here. It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
We should talk to her after she has rebooted the machine.
Sure.
In white, silver, and apricot faience, the young mother of humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her body. She is impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad. A dark and radiant majesty. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel.
Should I? I don't think so.
Cold wind seeps in from the crack in the glass. Snowdrifts cover the floorboards at your feet. Above, you feel her multicolored eyes on you, inspecting you, as if under a microscope. The woman looks down at you standing there. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips, and a glint in her green-blue eye. Of what? Compassion? Remorse? She acknowledges the passing of someone who is still alive. As that terrible word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder. Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times as you stand in the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles, her distant smile, sundered by the crack in the glass.
Well, let's do some skill checks.
Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is Her Innocence Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men. The highest category of historic individual, an embodiment of the world spirit.
Okay.
More, an innocence is elected to office by the founding party, a precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times in the entirety of history. The legal system of the Real Belt is built to accommodate an authentic rule should it coincide with our time. An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway? Only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. An innocence is a continuous, compressed event, a sacred human being. It is an honor and a glory to live when one is in office.
Yeah.
No,
wouldn't
we are alone.
go so far.
Many things. You know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene la Navigateur, Queen of Serene, modern-day Sir Laclay. Also that she was gorgeous beyond beauty, draped in ancient sadness. Are you sure you want to remember this bit of historic trivia? Standing under a long, slender form like this, dwarfed? Exactly. Back out of this corner of your mind by choosing the bottommost option. To hell with this.
Yeah, let's get out of my
But
mind there.
she was not hell. She is the opposite of that. The wind of paradise, stripping away the covers from the hearts of men. There you stand, below her once more, with your hands on your side, momentarily at a loss as what to do with yourself.
92%.
A jigsaw of broken
Nice.
shards falls into place in front of you, a ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one, and a text, a light motif below them both. The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden rights apfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocence day advised. Above, she herself is whole.
I like how they just throw random German words in for no reason.
Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret servicemen, 30 years, stand in a row guarding her. It must have taken years to produce this work in all its dizzying detail.
What shattered this mosaic?
Unknown.
Okay.
A motor carriage, a gunshot, someone falling into it, or maybe just hooligans looking for something to break. Below both women, in luminous black letters, Après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau. And then along the left side, Après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, Le monde nouveau.
Yep, don't understand the word.
After life, death.
Ah.
After death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This is the great leitmotif of humanism, a summary of the effect of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, on human thinking. A tremendous sea change akin to finding life after death.
Death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan. No more, however. It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. We already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as too feminine. It was a macho thing.
Okay, what's the motto now?
Justice, union, prudence, and force.
I like the old one better.
So do I.
The mother of humanism towers above you.
So how long does it take this woman to reboot her computer? I don't know, but maybe she's done it by now. Also, maybe I need another drink before I start this conversation.
Did she say over 16 years of experience? She must have started programming when she was still a teenager.
Interesting, probably not relevant to the case. So, do you have seen anyone suspicious?
What? No, no one's suspicious around here.
You sure about that?
She has not seen her, sire. 'Tis true.
No. Yes. No, you're right. I'm not.
He's not very talkative.
I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything.
Why do you need an
I used
antenna?
AR1 as my RAIN Prefect's processing unit.
Wait, what?
RAIN Prefect. My radio computer. Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you?
Not really.
Alright. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna. On the front, the unified front of radio waves, licensed and controlled by Lintel in the East Insulindic region.
Okay.
It's all around us. That's what on air means.
Like love.
Love's in the air.
I guess it is. So far I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage and the operation has been surprisingly stable. But it's not the cheapest one on the market. So I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Fraser 1000 is a foolproof line for civilians. Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything. Ask around, compare the prices. There are many milieus dedicated to that sort of thing.
That is certainly good advice, but what are you doing
working
here? On what?
The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core. The light casting her face in a strange shadow.
Could you just shh for a moment? Or get to the point. I really need to focus on something.
It's not just rudeness. It really is hard to concentrate on whatever she needs to do. And you're not helping.
They are connected to my RAIN Prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks.
I now feel slightly interested in moving
Short
them.
and terse. There you have it. Whatever she's using them for, they're hers.
Great.
What are you doing?
You really like those questions, don't you?
Yes.
I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out. I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
Wait, what? She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that.
Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing. What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure
None.
something that does not exist?
Easy. You measure it by the world around it.
Oh.
Exactly. Very true. That's what I've been aiming for. That's why I have those basins. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence. To find out where it begins.
I mean, if this is the pale, right, aren't there like large sections like that separate the word with the pale? Like, why research it here and not there? Assuming this is the pale.
Ah, hydro transducers. So that's what those water basins are. Devices for recording sound through water.
But honestly, it's not progressing very well. Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark. Most of the tower disappearing into the shade.
Yeah, where the crazy guy lives.
Strange things may flourish in the dark.
There's this place at the back of the church. A place where all audible vibrations seem to cease. I've named it the Swallow. And the higher you go, the less you record.
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk?
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place. I know. No, I don't. Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work. Great. Thanks.
How do you feel about dance music?
I bet she hasn't even heard it.
If you even listened.
Maybe
Why
I'd
do you
have
hate
to be
him?
on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music. This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here.
What do they want to
Take a
build
guess,
then?
why don't you?
A youth center, a petting zoo.
I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you? Thanks.
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
The Swallow, you mean? Great.
Okay.
Thanks.
It's still going to be a drug lab that they build, right? Always is.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone, unless you're out of change.
I mean, I guess I could use it to call someone, but who would I call?
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad. It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath the crust of filth. It seems likely that it was left in the surf until someone laid it out on this fence to dry out. Unfortunately, that just seems to have stiffened it into a shapeless mass.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you. It's a guano-encrusted jacket, and you're already carrying around enough as it is.
Is that... Yeah, I have a lot of loot with me. I do have a lot of loot with me. I admit. Especially a lot of clothing. So I kind of wanted to go and talk with the... How big is this map?
The smell. It's awful and familiar. Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency, that faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear. It is death. It must be. The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose. There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin. 2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem unhygienic.
A tragedy.
Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol.
I have a feeling this is not going to help
It's
us
no
much.
older than a day or two. No mold yet. It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea air brings some relief.
Is that person here dying?
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural
Oh, he's already
angle.
dead.
Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
Probably.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself.
Well, so instead of solving a murder, we now might have a second murder to investigate.
Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
Probably. Might get his identity.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his
so
black
this
hair.
might be an accident.
One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. A bad fall. It might have been dark outside. This place is a minefield in the dark. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair. Stout build, age approximately 50 to 60 years. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist. A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch. This is what killed him.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
I don't think so.
Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
A .75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside.
So he walked here drunk and the floorboard gave out under him and then he fell and hit his head, I suspect.
All around us.
7 floors. Is that a good idea?
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole, and you would have never found him. Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall. The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. Solidified on his lower rear teeth.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here.
Only got the library card. It might have. I mean, if it's it could have his name on it.
But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
This is an omen, a sign from above. Don't start drinking again.
Well, at least you're not married.
Or, what if you are?
But let's try to not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentified middle-aged man found dead on the Martinez boardwalk. Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive.
Well, if it wouldn't have been for that boardwalk, he would have also been alive.
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the parks.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
True.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk.
Which is kinda sad.
Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean. It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure, although there's still a question of identifying the body. From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
We'll take
All
the
right.
case.
We should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinema. Let them...
Fairweather T500. Remember that weakness you were looking for in the ceramic armor? Like, maybe it can only stop small, fast projectiles, but a large, slow-moving pry bar would shatter it? Or, if I run an electrical current through it, maybe it will melt. Or, personal favorite, frequency something something radio weapon? None of that would work.
Oh.
You need to shoot the part of the enemy that doesn't have Fairweather T500 on it, because the armor
Fairly straightforward
is invulnerable. Good news
solution.
is, so are the armor pieces on you.
Hmm. Oh, my date of birth generator is also almost ready. Alright, I should investigate the library card, shouldn't I?
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased, or his family member.
Oh, yeah, okay. If he doesn't have like a picture on it, I guess we can't definitely identify him.
Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinting Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too.
Sci-fi, good taste. I prefer fantasy, but I also like sci-fi.
If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business hours, 900 to 1800.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about Billy Méjean.
True. Wait, didn't we have fast travel now? Or did I know how that works? So, almost to a new skill point. Did I just have a thought pop up here? Okay, so we haven't actually looted everything here yet. I need to get back to the car. I need to call the station anyway, I think, for news on that armor. Okay. Well, we got a postcard. I'm not sure if there's anything you can really do with postcards other than sell them. I mean, there isn't really... We have a map, but... Oh, there is a travel here button. I'm an idiot. Ah, this worked, never mind. So we have function fast travel, perfect.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Hold on, officer. I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line, and I've already introduced you to their librarian. Connecting the call in 2, 1.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you, officer? Billy Méjean, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to check our database.
On Moreau Drive in central Jamrock, in a darkened hall lit by orange desk lamps far away from the noise outside, a middle-aged man taps commands into an old radio computer. A printout falls on the desk. Behind him, a lonely reader scours some dusty bookshelves, looking for a paperback.
Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy
yes.
Méjean's home address, is that alright? No phone number, unfortunately.
They're too poor to have a phone line.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Capeside Apartments, it says. That's all.
Right, are those the apartments that I've been in already?
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
You have any other information?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day. Marie? Marie? Do you remember a reader named Billy Méjean? They returned a Tybalt book the other day.
Maurice, what? A woman yells. Then, yes, okay, if it was the police. She starts explaining something.
Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87, but we don't have it yet.
Okay.
Good. You have a name now.
Do you know the husband's name?
Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight. Marie knows Billy. She's been working here longer than me. Sometimes her husband returns some books for her. Marie! She said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a drink or two the last time she saw him.
I see.
1 second. Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that.
Well, thanks for your
Happy
answers.
we could help. Goodbye, officer.
Anything else you need from me?
Yeah. Did you find out about the owner?
Yes. It took some convincing, but I got the mercenary's name and a few biographical details. Are you ready?
Certainly.
The lieutenant leans in to listen, notebook in hand.
That suit of armor was issued to an Oranese citizen named Ellis Kortenaer. That's E-L-L-I-S Kortenaer. Exact date of birth unknown. He was signed into the Lelystad County Neonatal Care Unit on 28th of February 09. He was found as a newborn in a leaf compactor near an abandoned farm. He spent 4 months in the neonatal unit, survived apparently, and was assigned to a foster family at 2.
Okay.
This is what the ICP knows about him. He was raised by foster parents, entered the East Brand Military Academy in Vredefort at 17, then served in the Oranese forces till he was honorably discharged in 41, just a year before the Seminole conflict. Then the armor followed him to Seminine, or at least I assume it did. And that's it. There are no records of his employment in Crenel, or any of its other incarnations, or him even entering Revachol.
Is that so? It was found near a leaf
The
compactor.
garden tool used to press leaves into these cubes. It's a detail the hospital had, the only detail in these files. So I thought it would be good for you to know.
It is. Thank you, Alice.
Any information on his foster
No,
parents?
officer. Sorry.
Even that is a small miracle. These organizations usually double-check their inventory. Thank you, Alice. Great work.
No problem, Lieutenant.
A compliment from Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Not bad.
A name. This is very good. Ellis Kortenaer.
And I got the level.
Sometimes police work is about human dignity, about giving back names to anonymous victims.
I'm glad the inquiry was helpful to your investigation, officer. Did you have any other questions?
I think we want to check out the building before we...
Over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set.
Yeah, we want to check out the building before we... So... Finished another fall.
Birth generator. You were born in the year 07. In the last year of the commune of Revachol, right before it fell, in the old military hospital on the ground floor, where people usually came to die during a snowstorm. The revolution had about 1 year left to go, and the fires were still burning bright. There were explosions in the blizzard. This was 44 years ago. You are 44 years old. The bloating might never leave your face, but beneath it, you still have some years. You still have some hope.
That's so. -1 difficulty to all physical passes. Learning cap for logic raised by 4. I have a very high logic cap now. Now if only I actually had skill points to put in. I have some skill points. So I need a suggestion for that one skill change.
The afternoon sun shimmers off the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage.
Wait, why am I even thinking about this? Wasn't I supposed to?
Do something important? Something murder related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery.
Okay.
This is a Caprice Kanema, the Caprice Motor Corps follow-up to their highly successful workhorse, Caprice 40, and the answer to the Lum's racing breed, Ferv series.
MDC, good evening, and thank you for a lovely raid. What have you been up to?
With its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression
Good evening
ignition
and welcome
engine
everyone.
driving the rear wheels through a 4-speed manual gearbox, the Kanema is able to reach 100 kilometers per hour in 13.5 seconds and go on to a top speed of 180 kilometers an hour. The high center of balance is offset by a large battery bank mounted at the bottom of the cabin, feeding all the auxiliary systems and making the Kanema effectively a mobile power plant.
So assuming yourself? Yeah, it can be pretty fun. So what have you been playing? Have you been playing World of Warships? Usually Warfighter tanks. Yeah, I'm doing something entirely different currently. I'm playing Disco Elysium, and it's a story-focused RPG with basically no combat. And you are trying to solve a murder. Well, and first you wake up having lost your memory from Night of Excess. Try to figure out who you are. He's back together the word.
Due to a quite steep price tag, it is very unusual to see one in police livery.
It's awesome. You always wanted to get into it, but it was out of time to concentrate. I mean, the thing is, like, there is nothing really stressful, I feel like, in this game, right? Because there is that the time moves on every day, but it only really moves on when you do something, right? If you sit in this menu for a while, the time wouldn't advance. It's like whenever you do something, so you have like a lot of, like, you're not really rushed, you can think things through, and then you can just fail every skill check, and
You want to take a closer look? 130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
So?
Man, that's got to be a major advancement over the KR-18GU engine on the old Caprice 40.
7.2. Supercharged.
fine machine.
Yes. An extraordinary machine.
Your ability with how you interact with the character, so to speak. Definitely. So, as you can see here, like in this conversation, so there are passive checks. I think you don't really see their role in the background, and if your character like succeeds at a check, then you get some some additional voice lines and stuff like that.
It's nice and all, but why so
Like,
modest?
I mean, this
Put
was
some
easy,
zing
so,
to it.
you know.
Flare it up. Slam it down.
And then there are passive checks, right? You have no control over them. And you probably miss quite a few interactions if you don't have the right skills. And then there are active checks that you... Like, I mean, you have your skills here. And you can, for example, see... Those are my tasks. Those are like all checks that I could be doing. Like there are red checks. Red checks you have one try and you either pass or fail, and white checks is like something that you could like try again. So there are all sorts of white checks that are, and you can try them again once you've leveled the skill, right? Let's say you fail a drama check, then you can put more points into drama and come back and try again and roll the dice again. And depending on, you know, what you manage or not, it does change how things play out, I suppose.
Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of the visual field a lot. It's a bit girly right now. Fit it with some proper off-road components.
And I mean, this game has some amazing voice acting, so you don't really have to read everything if you like, because the game, you just have to listen to the amazing voice acting. Like, the voice acting carries this game pretty hard. I thought about switching to helium headlights.
Actually, I have a pair at home. Just haven't gotten around to fitting them yet. I need to lay some wiring for the ballast first. Maybe. Yes, definitely maybe.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't like me that way.
No.
Yeah, that means no.
Can I help you? What is this thing? Okay, well, this is actually a nice bird. A competent piece of taxidermy. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess? So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
That's nice.
This was mostly about the fucking cardio. Massive cardio here. You'll live till 90, or you get a heart attack from running.
Have I played Kingdom Come Deliverance? I've never played through it entirely, but I've played it a little bit. I think there was like it was free on Epic Games or so at some point, so I got it, and then I started playing a little, but I never got really far. Maybe I should give it another try at some point.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed animals.
It's not actually about that, but he liked it.
And I'm going to sing karaoke.
No, you don't. It's not happening.
Why do you even have a system if no one's going to use him? It's part of my quest of self-discovery.
It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of 44.
What happened in 44?
A lot of people got killed because some arsehole wanted to sing karaoke.
He's totally making this up.
Okay, yes, it's for some clients. Ha! Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got stolen.
He's lying, but whatever. You don't really need his lame tracks.
Yeah, I got my own song.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him. He begins to frown. Hard. This is the look of a man who's defeated. He knows he's out of excuses.
Fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair. I'll plug...
I'm having it uninstalled, he mumbles to himself. Oh yeah, time to do the damage.
Sing karaoke, you know. Get up on the stage in the evening. I mean, it's probably not evening yet, right? No, it will be bank. Yeah, I haven't seen the trailer. I've heard that there was a Kingdom Come trailer. You know what? There was, wasn't there? Something I wanted to... I still don't have a better tool here. Also, I will need a flashlight in here.
tiles on the cube are still like a smooth draw. The filament slides into place. The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through.
Good afternoon. Please repeat. Is this the production? Good. Please repeat the password. Good. I've unlocked the production schedule. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament.
Really? She just used the same password?
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
That's all for now.
And goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are with a quiet determination. The printer starts printing, a piece of paper unfolding like a handheld fan. A black crisscross of letters covers its surface.
You can spot a CV review. I mean, first of all, keep in mind it's internal testing. This is what, the 5th time they announced an internal testing on a CV change that never materialized, so I wouldn't get too excited about it. They do this at least once every year. And they never have actually followed through on anything. The next part is, depending on how they implement it, it could still turn into a buff for carriers, right? Early testing is early stages, and there are a lot of numbers we don't have yet. So I would expect that either it gets killed in testing or it turns into a CV buff.
It's a project report written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott, about Whirl Untethered, a radio game developed by Studio Fortress Accident. The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule.
I mean, the sad part is that in World of Warships they had a sort of pattern, right? They announce something that could be a CV nerf, then they say they tested it internally and it didn't work and throw the idea out, then they propose a CV buff that they call a nerf, then the community gets an uproar and they are like, yeah, okay, we see you aren't happy, we'll rethink things. And then they come up with something that could be a nerf again, and they're like, yeah, it didn't survive internal testing, and they've done that for 5 years now. And I do that it's every couple of months, feels like. And it's just the latest iteration of that. It's either going to be killed in internal testing or turn into a CV buff, like always. We've got 5 years of this now. I think about 5 years.
In its short time of existence, Fortress Accident SCA managed to burn through truly insane amounts of money. The first tranche of seed financing brought in 150,000 Ria, but then came the delays.
Sounds like a lot of money.
Eventually, the damage reached 400,000 Ria, with only half of the game finished. Let's just say it was a real adventure for their Igaunian investor.
Because game is diminishing population. Yeah, but it's wargaming, right? They don't play their own game. They don't care about producing a game. They care about making, squeezing people, right? So every time they lose people, they introduce another layer of monetization. They will introduce the 3rd battle pass if the numbers drop too low. And, wargaming's policy is the fewer people pay, the more money everyone who plays has to pay. And then it works out on the balance sheet. They never even entertained the idea that they could just make a better game.
Fortress Accident employed 18 people, the bulk of the team composed of writers and concept artists. There were also radio programmers, sound engineers, a CEO, 2 marketing experts, and a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping Pyrrolidon in the basement to escape his obligations. Why did Fortress Accident have so many concept artists? It didn't.
Okay.
No, definitely not. A few more producers could have come in handy though, especially when dealing with writers, some of whom routinely skipped work because of mental health issues and extremely unprofessional sleep schedules. One of them even managed to steal some valuable company property before skipping town for good. The production schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy. It was impossible not to fail. The project was too large, and no amount of money could satiate the ever-expanding ambitions of the development team. They tried to make a 4 million real game with 400,000 in their bank account. They thought they could bridge the gap with pure willpower and imagination. They couldn't. No, even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that, despite everything, never entirely disappeared.
Is that so?
That is until they discovered the Valley of the Heads.
What?
At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jimsk-born Sulisław Jalisa, decided that what Wirral Untethered needed was a secret mystical location at the extreme edge of the map. This place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced on air by a professional actor.
How many heads were
So
there?
many. The last count, there were approximately 10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men, all of which could be endlessly recombined.
Yeah, that's that sounds like pretty questionable design. You aren't going to voice 10,000 heads with professional act.
Well, yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss. On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. It comes at the very end where things get fuzzy and dark, where tables and numbers seem to vanish into an eerie nothingness before the Egonian investors pulled the plug. What is clear is that one day an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian lintel front, just as the Wirral Untethered project was being compiled that day. When the project was returned, it was completely blank. The team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider, but despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory explanation or pay for the loss. Mysteriously enough, it seems that the off-site copy happened to be on-site when the catastrophic data loss occurred.
How is that possible?
It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the off-site copy and, well, keep it off-site. An explanatory note from the lead programmer has been attached.
What does it say?
Lukanen Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The off-site copy was on-site because there was no off-site anymore. Not for me, not after 8 months of crunch.
Oh.
I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the basement in the ice bear refrigerator near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal.
Yeah, there were a lot of things going wrong with this company there. It's like a perfect easy explanation. That's very convincing.
The former colleagues would agree with you. The production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime later. 4 months later, by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under, too. Slipstream switched to making skis, and the hairdressers just left, cursing Martinez. They're right, though. Something's seriously wrong with this place. Martinez, all of it. Still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error on the East Insulindian front on that day. Since the computation happened on air, I reckoned it had to coincide with an actually existing location. I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Saint-Brun 1147. I am going there to look this thing in the eye. Saint-Brun 1147? That's what the street sign next to the church said.
Well, I guess we already knew that, because you met her there.
Tiles on the cube are still smoked. The filament slides out of its glowing nest.
Okay. That was not the most helpful thing, but you know. The more you know. Okay. So, I'm looking for, what was it, room number 20? Was that also on the balcony? Why are there shoes here? I just forget to loot these things last time. Is there a way to see the room number? Nobody home here.
A weathered brown door. The number reads 20. Something smells good. Soup allons-y. The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock. This is the door. You already know it's the right door. This is going to be so hard.
Possibly.
Who is it?
And someone turns down the radio.
The police. A moment, please give us a moment.
Tidying up. Nervously.
Come in, the door is open.
Don't mind me, I'm just, you know, investigating your home. Yeah, hello, I'm just having a look at your stuff. That's a cute clock.
It's you from the bookstand. I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink? Tea? Lemonade? We're out of coffee.
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief for now. You're on your own here. Condensation from stepping inside.
Yeah, we're all right, I
Is
think.
this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again? I can come pick him up in the station if that's what. No, this is something much worse. Is he in a hospital? How bad is it?
I'm afraid it's even
How about
worse.
some small talk before you break the news?
It's me, Victor, and the kids here. We have 2 daughters, Jenny and Jolie. Jolie is 16 and Jenny is turning 18 next month.
I should have equipped the tool with more empathy. Or something with empathy.
The girls are staying at their friend's place tonight. And Victor is out. He has a problem with drinking. And so he disappears every now and then. He's probably in the parks drinking with his friends. I sent him to the library a few days ago, but I guess something came up. His old leather jacket. It's just your average brown leather jacket, but he bought it as a teenager, so... Yes, the lining is hand-sewn. It's blue. I tried to make the thing more weatherproof since he's running around with it in the middle of winter.
She folds her hands across her chest.
People got to eat? What is this about? Why are you suddenly asking me about my cooking?
Okay, that was a bad idea. I need empathy. This gives me empathy. I've got so much empathy now.
She looks up, too anxious to say anything. You've done this before. Just keep your focus.
What did you say? Oh. Oh. But he was just...
But he was just here, alive.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. Take your time, ma'am.
What happened to him? Was he drunk? I see. And you just found him there, lying in the cold.
Yes.
How long had he been there?
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever.
Yeah, but then he couldn't have just been here if he has been gone for 2 days. I will go if I couldn't have been that long.
She blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets of her dress.
Here.
No. I just need to tell my girls. God, should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
No. A day.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you.
Good thing I have my empathy giving me tips.
Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
We haven't actually called into the station.
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier.
A very good call.
Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still... Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I'll call if...
We should step outside and talk.
We should, but first let me rest again. With I think that's okay. Should I keep the let's keep the ledger on for now.
You did well.
Well, I managed to dress differently and succeed in my empathy chain.
I'll call the station when we're finished with the day and let them know the name of the deceased. They'll manage. Let's go.
You should return to the boardwalk now that the body has been taken away. There's something you need to see.
What
A
do you
little
mean?
something that your visual cortex has put together while you were away.
Okay.
Let's call it an apparition from the past. Oh no, it's one of those show, don't tell things, isn't it? You can just stop by whenever you're close. It should be quick enough.
Okay. So the game says. Now, could we... How did I get waypoints last time? Can I do not travel here because I'm technically sort of inside a building, maybe? Like the last time, I'm pretty sure I had... How did I manage to quick travel last time? It's a mystery. It's fine, I guess we can walk. At least we wanna walk to the radio right now. I'm not sure if calling the station
Inside,
since
you see a set of steering levers,
Kim
a
said
radio
he'd do it.
microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? 57.
In the cabin, you
Okay. So I guess I don't need to call the station. Kim is not going to take care of it. Now I can travel. So we can travel to the church. So I guess maybe I need to be at a specific place from which I can travel to the other places. I have 2 skill points, so I think I wanted to have 1 in volition. I might need 1 in suggestion to try to convince the woman again to sign my paperwork. Will I need authority talking with those? Because I could unequip this.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Yes. What? Yeah. Good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even is running water. Oh. It's the one they sell at the fuel station.
Really?
It's like he's lying to you, my liege. But he's slippery enough that there's nothing for you to grab hold of.
It does, doesn't it?
Told you we have a smell problem.
He sniffs the air, then shrugs. It doesn't take a forensic scientist to guess it's drug-related.
They still want to
They
build
look
a
and
drug
act
lab in
like
the
the kind
church.
of guys who've done their fair share. However, their breathing is regular, their jaws stay put and their pupils aren't dilated. So, not under the influence right now. At least, not under the influence of stimulants. That doesn't rule out hallucinogens, benzos, some depressants. How do you know all this?
Good education.
The what now? Oh, the old Ultra.
He's like an actor, looking to the souffleur for his line.
I have a major sinus infection, stuffy nose. We all do. Shit's all blasted up. Winter, can't even breathe. Yes, that's all Nosafed's doing. Without the Noser, I'd be drowning in shit right now.
Nosafed is the shit.
Yes. What?
He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
-2 convinced you're a smart comp.
And? What happened? Oh man, the crab man you mean? Who is he? What did you think? Really? Huh. Interesting. What's he doing in the church?
No matter. Is he gonna be a problem?
Not really.
Yeah, Noid is right. Let's get back to the point. What are we gonna do about him?
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice, friendly hyper time?
I guess it's not a massive problem, now that I think of it.
Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning light! Yeah!
Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one, a programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub? Come on, man. Who will you trust? A spooky programmer or us?
I'll go with
we
the
just want to
programmer.
make the world a better place.
Sure you do.
Feel the love! Get down and feel it!
A half-hearted sell of something which does not seem worth buying.
You'll get there, believe me. When we've got our gear set up, things will be flowing and pumping. Anyway, now that it's settled, how did she seem? I mean, disposition-wise, about the dance club idea. Ja oder nein? Rocking it or dropping it?
What a pity! That's my favourite thing in the world! And she doesn't like it at all!
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam and into a laser-lit future of dance and unity?
Unity! Dance!
And you can't just evict her?
Look at you, Honor Man!
Yeah, look at
no,
me.
Lloyd. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her. If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music.
The light and the dark exist, coexist.
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard. He'll understand.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like Nordic dance music?
Egghead cannot believe what she just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower for a moment, but then he returns to the full swing of it.
No worries, we'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think?
No, but we try to convince her.
Excellent! Good luck, my friend.
Okay, so I need more
Goodbye,
logic.
officer.
What we've learned is I need more logic. We can work with that. Currently I have +1 logic from items. Well, that's 1 more logic. Yes, that's...
Hi again. So, how are things going?
A number of things
Nice.
don't add up. Let's take a look. How about gather around, kids?
Okay, kids, get around.
The young speed freak puts down a busted capacitor and looks at you. The one with the large head seems very enthusiastic about whatever you have planned. Their would-be leader is less amused.
Sometime in the past, I'm not sure when and where, but betrayal was involved. I felt sick and became the shadow you see now. But before that, I freeze to believe I was a police detective.
But you still are!
Was good enough in his job to be awarded the rank of lieutenant a year later.
What happened?
This could happen. Life taught me a new lesson. I did. I happened to myself.
That's a real downer.
Now, obviously, that might as well have been 1,000 years ago, but there's still some detective left.
The young speed freak is silent.
Fuck, man. It's difficult to get along with some people, but we're trying to make an effort. We are on a mission here.
Is it a mission to make drugs? Okay, MDC. Thank you for stopping by, and have a nice day. And thanks for a ride again.
We don't need drugs to be hardcore.
Shut the fuck up, Egg.
Climb down from the equestrian monument, cop man. Consciousness is new to the universe. We all have our ways to ease the shock.
What exactly is it you know? I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong. Look, we even have speakers.
You do have speakers, yes.
One speaker. They have one speaker.
Trivial.
What do you mean, friend? It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music. Other speaker.
This may be the brain damage talking, but you've definitely never heard of monodynamic or one-speaker systems.
Yeah, you want more than one speaker for a nightclub, and I say that as a non-nightclub person. Well, even I know now.
What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing. I'm sorry, but there is no lab equipment and no drug ingredients.
He said it was for his nose. What more do you want?
Likely pseudoephedrine. Almost exactly the shape of ephedrine. Ephedrine makes you happy, and so does pseudoephedrine.
And of all cellular-based life, what's your point, Lawbringer?
No shit. That's... Come on, that's...
Against the law.
I meant to say, not true.
So what are we going to do with
What do you mean, do?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take a lot of pushing.
Okay, what's really going on, and we'll work from here. I can't be lenient, maybe.
What do you mean by lenient?
Haven't you heard? I'm the dirtiest cop this side of the river.
Okay, man, okay. Things are just so hard for an entrepreneur in this city right now. It's not like we lied when we said we want to turn a church into the wickedest club in East Revachol.
Because we do! We totally do!
We just need to turn it into a speed lab before.
To get our foot in the door.
And why do you...
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty, and now it's all spooked up. No, man, they're spooky all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police if we started cooking speed in there.
But the sign was way off too. I couldn't feel the love at all.
Sir, you promised you'd be lenient.
This is it. Judgment time.
I mean, is that an option? Can we just do the club? I mean, they wanted to set up a drug lab, but I haven't done it yet. Maybe we can turn them into... Yeah, let's just face it, this city is so fucked. Yeah. If we arrested anyone who had something to do with drugs, there would be no city anymore, I think. Proceed with the club. Let's do this clean.
Yeah!
I knew it. It's impossible now.
No, Andre, it's harder now. This hard cop has come to show us how much the fish is, and the fish is always so much more. We all know there's never going to be a club for Nordic music with the Speed Lab. Now it has a fighting chance.
So there was never going to be a club
There
in here.
needs to be a club for Nordic music in there. Needs to. Everyone hates each other. Everybody hates it here. It's all just drugs and we're slaves and I can't. We are running out of time. We need a win, Andre. I promise this will be a win. We won't cook speed in there. We'll do it clean. We'll do it true. We'll do it sober and real and beautiful. This will be a victory for the light.
I'm starting to like Aetam.
This will be nothing. You can hear the ice crack underneath you. Outside, the last century waterfront development is crumbling in the wind, a grape-shot row of falling houses. And so is Rue de Saint-Giraud and all the houses on Main Road. The old cinema is sinking underneath Villa La Bosse.
Well, I mean, you know, if the union actually manages to create a youth shelter, if I manage to convince that woman, you know, to do that, then maybe the youth can go to this music club. Yeah, this will never work.
Okay, we'll try to do it without the drugs. We'll do a straight club up in there, spinning the maddest reels and nothing but, I swear to God. Okay, Egg?
From here on, it'll be straight all the way.
Goodbye, officer.
Okay, now we need to convince the woman to move out of that church, or, well, help her. Wait, what do we have here? Money. I have the logic classes equipped. I think I want the visual calculus classes. Okay, but before we try to convince this lady to vacate this church, I need more to drink, so I'll be right back. Cheers.
Yes, what is it? I don't want to make anything work.
Don't want to make anything
Yes,
work?
anything. I don't want to make anything work.
92% chance.
Easy. When her
Easy,
research is
exactly.
done, she can move out.
What? No, I don't really need any help with the project.
Really? You're failing hard right now.
She thinks about it. A glassy look in her eyes. A gust of wind brings more snow in from the broken gallery. It touches her hair.
Alright. Bring me the game's offsite copy from my old workspace, if you really want to help. It's stored on a filament memory, and I'm unable to go and fetch it myself. No, that's the production schedule you stole and accessed without authorization. I don't need it.
In his defense, it was simply lying in the desk drawer of an abandoned cubicle.
Okay, but still. It's a backup of my former employer's project, the radio game we were working on. It's stored on a filament memory, just like the one inside this radio computer.
Oh, is this where I need the better crowbar for that I don't have?
She's making it extra simple for you.
It's nice
The backup itself is destroyed now, but I'm hoping to use what's left of it to pinpoint the exact location of the anomaly. You just have to go to my old workspace and get the filament.
Hold on. If it's called an off-site copy, then why is it still on-site?
Oh god, not this again. It is not on-site. It is in the basement. Perfectly safe and not connected to the front.
Basement? Sounds like it's technically still on-site.
And no, taking it outside the building wouldn't have protected it from the data loss. There's nothing wrong with keeping the backup in the basement. What happened was a freak accident that has nothing to do with how the backup was stored. We clear?
You sure about them?
Yeah, that's the one. You can get in through the bookshop. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady. Good. Then you might know the giant ice bear fridge in the building's cellar. The filament is inside the fridge. Just go and get it. In the giant ice bear fridge. I just told you.
But you've been to the fridge and it wasn't there. There was a note saying...
Wait. A note from whom? Did it specify where they took the filament memory?
Yeah, to the ice cream maker that I couldn't
Jawiza.
open.
Of course. Our project lead, Suliswov Jawiza. God, he was always so hell-bent on keeping the copy somewhere safe.
I mean, why would an ice cream maker be safer than a fridge? I see more and more why this company failed.
Like it would have made a difference. The offsite copy was perfectly safe when the data loss happened. That data loss was anomalous. And the heads... I won't even get into the heads. Millions of them. Go find that copy from that ice cream maker, will you? Thanks.
Valley of 1,000 Heads. You like the sound of that.
No, it's completely frozen.
It's getting ridiculous. Can't you just defrost it? Or, I don't know. I don't know about the ice cream maker. Just figure something out.
Alright.
And here's my Kvalsund multi-tool. You might need it to hack loose some ice. It opens everything. If you get me the offsite copy, then you can keep the Kvalsund.
See? See? That's exactly what I've been looking for. The multi-tool. That's probably better than my crowd. Oh, that's a big multi-tool there. Okay, now we can... What do we have here?
Wait. Take a longer look at yourself and how you're reflected in that slick chemical rainbow. What do you see? Metaphor. It's always metaphor. This is more important than you. That's the blood of industry you see before you. The runoff from Coal City, further down the coast.
That's so.
The engines of fortune once roared here. Great wealth poured into Revachol, the Delta, as did smoke, waste, sickness, life. The engines stopped. The West Revacholian industrial base was dismantled after the war. Now, extinguished coke furnaces dot the landscape. a landscape despoiled by industry. Perhaps you could dedicate your life to cleaning it up, but you're a cop. You must concern yourself with different messes. Even so, it's pretty to think.
True. We concern ourselves with murder. Well, technically, I'm trying to help start people a nightclub, but I should be investigating a murder. So, I could use that one skill point in suggestion. And then we had something with more suggestion, right?
The policeman. What can our village do for you?
It's not gonna be easy. You think it would help if I take the free room?
Change your mind, did you? I thought you might. Won't find a better deal than free. Don't make this old woman regret giving the police the key to her house. Here. Not much. Where's the... Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then.
So, they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church.
So how do you think about a nightclub?
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses, empty. I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be something. Before the war. I wasn't here then, you know. Was born in Samara. Of note, the old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed. As I said, it's a peninsula. There's no one there, just ghosts and vagrants, and teenagers making out.
158.
Logic and reason won't work on this old bat. Better go for shameless emotional manipulation. What's the grandmother's deepest vulnerability? Does this feel like a good thing, though?
What do you mean? What's going to happen? We are gonna grow up, of course. I raised my own kids in this village and they are doing fine for themselves. They are good kids. I brought them up the right way. No, they moved to Faubourg for work. Well, I imagine they'll grow up and leave too.
You've got her. Now just reel her in.
And then what?
Then...
Wait. Let her come to it herself.
I don't believe the Fat Man's Youth Center is going to change anything. But what other choice do we have? It's not like the coalition government is coming to save us.
I mean, that youth center is gonna make him give me my gun back.
I won't be around much longer anyway. Not with the dampness in my bones. If they want to take a chance, who am I to stop them? Did you say something?
Reluctantly, she takes the pen from your hand. scribbles her name on the line, and hands everything back to you.
Nice.
See that you didn't just get us all screwed. I might be half blind, but I have a good memory for treachery.
Let's go mail it.
Oh, right. Should we tell her that?
Huh? I like to see him try. If anything, I am gonna muscle him out with construction noise.
That doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Get out of here, trying to ruin my day. And that youth center better be a good one, or you'll have trouble from me. I wield an army of drunks. Do not underestimate the effect of such a force, if it's pointed to the right direction.
Look, it's not like I was totally on board with what I did here, but I'd like to get my gun back, I'll be honest. Also, there's a lot of cat movement down there. So, put the envelope in the mailbox at the plaza, okay, but I was supposed to go back to the pier up there, I think. Wait, what do we have here? No, this is not where I wanted to be, but another interesting thing. What's that?
You see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, "Tomorrow is just a whisper away."
I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with. You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kitsuragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
Nice to meet you.
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course.
Oh, he's
Mikhail,
famous.
Say hi to the officers.
A worm-themed coloring book.
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into worms lately.
Okay.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in 08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why? Well, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad. They run Vox in the Occidental countries.
You look like someone who has money. Do you have... Have you seen anyone suspicious around?
I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just a regular day off for me and Mikhail here.
What are you doing in this sort of rundown part of town?
You haven't seen anyone around?
No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is just a day off. We just arrived anyway.
He's telling the truth. He hasn't seen anyone.
No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Pick your brain? If anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking. Whatever.
Okay. Ah, see, this is the part where I originally wanted to go.
The cold sea breeze stings your face as you step on the boardwalk. The body is gone. But something still lingers in the air, and high above it, against the grey, a luminous wheel of pleasure, and all things bright. Its wooden frame creaking in the wind. 12 red cabins form a circle that stretches from the engine below to the flocks of seagulls up in the sky.
Interesting. What's this one
The mirage looks both sad and glorious in the mist, like an insect trapped in glass.
What are you looking at?
Your wheel of pleasure line.
The little wooden gondolas dangle in the wind, their seats empty and floors littered with old ice cream papers and discarded tickets.
I'm not entirely sure why I'm seeing
A
this.
seabird has made a nest in one of the cabins, but even this looks abandoned. A remnant from a spring some 50-odd years ago. The wind gets stronger the higher you go. On a good day, you could see all the way to La Delta when you reach the top, and the masts and sails of dozens of pleasure crafts. The pleasure wheel stands still on the boardwalk, its 12 red cabins suspended in the air. There's a ticket office made out of an old gondola, its wooden frame the same shade of red as the ones above. A sign mounted on its side declares, 20 centimes for the ride of a lifetime.
A ride of a
There are
lifetime.
hustlers, addicts, rag and bone merchants, even entire families, if they're particularly destitute, who've turned these cabins into huts and homes in the poorest parts of Revachol.
Or did they was there we like this once and they just looted the
The
cabins?
pleasure wheel stands still on the boardwalk, its 12 red cabins suspended in the air.
The what now? What is going on with you, detective?
That's a very good question.
Some sadness comes crashing over you, like a bad dream.
I'm not sure what got you on this pleasure wheel kick, but I'm not going to ask anymore about it. We should get going. It's getting cold just standing here.
The pleasure wheel stands still on the boardwalk. Some waves come crashing against the boardwalk, shattering the mirage.
Okay. George, you're here, so I can travel here now. And then we can mail this stuff. One of the things we wanted to do, right?
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito and bullet holes in the front. You drop the white envelope in the darkness. It lands with a soft about a week's worth of mail as collected in there. They'll empty this very soon. For good or ill. The deed is done.
Let's go back to Evrart. This better be worth it after what we did.
Indeed. This better be worth it. Like how I'm still carrying this multi-tool in my hand. But hey, it should help me open the icebox, which we will I don't think I've ever leveled what I need rhetoric also, so I probably won't be able to talk this box open. But there was a red check here with this guy sitting there with the crates that I didn't do last time because I was thinking about something that made me fail all red checks. So let's see if we can still do this.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here, yeah? No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. It's like that old saying goes. Wisdom.
What are you doing
I'm
with
just
the
making
containers?
some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Everything is so pretty and red. You and Leo look like brothers as you glance around with similar childlike wonder.
I failed. For
The
double
old
one.
man whistles and hums.
Okay. I failed.
Mr. Dubois, every worker... Hey, why the hell not? Now, how can I help you today? The Golden Boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful, Harry. Of course, I already knew this. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez a real future, Harry, and I feel I can finally trust you now.
I'll have my gun
You're
back.
in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything. The strike, the murder, your lost gun, nothing is off the table.
Hear that? You did it the honest way. You got the real signatures, and now he's happy. Well done. I don't know. Your dirty forgery fingers aren't sure if playing this one straight was the right thing to do. We would have preferred trickery, but the choice was yours, sire. As always. You are the liege, and you're in.
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me, but it had to be done. An old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the street is she's a character, so watch out.
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy. The one he described as terrifying.
Who is that woman?
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry. Selling your gun like that? Wild. Anyway...
Union Boy's gonna help you fix it. He winks at you. Don't worry, Harry.
The neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debardeurs Union. Apparently, she was waving it around at the entrance to her building.
Okay.
Waving the gun around doesn't sound good. None of this does.
Where's the old
Unfortunately,
woman?
I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous can she possibly
Well, she has
be?
a gun.
Oh, and she calls herself the Pigs.
There it is again. The pigs. Like Roy said, not good at all.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
It actually sounds extremely bad, but let's not give him the satisfaction.
As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details. It sounds like she's unstable, but don't worry. No one got hurt.
Yet.
We might be looking at someone with a medical history here. Watch out.
I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did ask for this. Now, back to the fun stuff.
She will be there from 2200 hours till 0200 hours.
Okay.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
Order it. You know my men didn't kill him. They told you. It was a happy accident. You know how it is. No one takes the initiative. If I wanted him dead, I would have had to do it myself. And I'm too fat for that.
My eyes.
I'm listening, Harry.
You know who
No
killed the
idea.
hangman?
Could have been his own mother for all I know. If you ever
You're
find
not
the
very
guy,
helpful.
give him a big fat kiss from Everard Clare. Couldn't have done it without him.
It's
He really doesn't know. A guy, huh?
I don't. I told you it could have been his own mother. I'm pretty sure it wasn't anyone from the Union. Maybe it was the mob. Or maybe he killed himself because he was a closet socialist. Truth is, I simply don't know.
He really doesn't.
Okay.
Great, Harry, great. I think we have truly built a bridge between Martinez and Jamrock today. We have united the RCM and the Debarders Union. This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like bouncing something off me, my door is always open.
Okay. So, it's 19. We need, after 21, we can talk with the one guy from the balcony. And then after 22, we can try to talk with that woman. Get my gun back. I can still sing karaoke, it says in the evening. Maybe it's late enough for that yet. And aside from singing karaoke, what else do we have? Oh.
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If any...
Okay. So, obviously I wanna get the thing from the ice cream machine, now that we have the proper multi-tool. Don't think anything here has changed. I'll actually need the flashlight probably to navigate down there.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
It doesn't mean physical instrument 0. Oh. Got -2 from Wasteland of Reality, and that still takes a long time. Now, if I were to equip this shirt, I'd have more physical instrument.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and
8% chance is not
the
a
ice
lot
around
though.
it slowly melting. This orange machine is dead. Ice squeaks beneath your Kavalzund multi-tool, but your fingers slip away from the tool. The lid shutters tightly as before, and it's already unplugged. There's not much else to do other than wait for it to defrost or bulk up and get stronger.
Wait for it to defrost. You mean it will potentially get better in time? Maybe I just need to, like, it's already unplugged. Maybe we need to come back in a few days or so. Okay, so what else did we have to do? We could try singing karaoke. Maybe it's late enough for them.
The stage is all set up for your performance. Feels silent. You can hear the pellets creak under your feet. You feel a little dizzy, a little unsteady suddenly.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
Okay. I think we can do better on the drama part. Well, let's go with those for now, so we have one more drama. Or we can wear a shirt with more drama.
The stage is all set. You feel a little...
So, are you ready for your thing now?
92%.
Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
The air is thick with, and someone dims the lights as the music starts. Okay, here we go.
I got this.
I would often go there. To the tiny church there. The smallest church in Saint-Saëns. Though it once was larger. How the realm may rest there. Down through the mist there. Toward the Seven Sisters. Toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there. In that tiny yard there. I have been so glad here. Looking forward to the past here. But now, you are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters. At all.
You know, he isn't even that bad at it, feels like.
A lazy applause fills the room. You feel your hands shake as awareness of your body returns to you.
I'd say this song Trevor wrote me that fucking letter. I still love you, thank you much. Like dedicated song to the pale, nothing that really matters. Thank you, ancient reptilian brain.
microphone amplifies your voice in an uncomfortable manner. Someone coughs. Most people have gone back to talking now.
Good, good. Are we ready? I want to unplug the microphone now.
Last words?
Well, we sung karaoke. So, that's good, probably, maybe? So I think I still have some checks here that I could do.
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain?
Volition 5. Do we have something that helps there? Not really.
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain?
Just like the last time. Light brown eyes look back at you. Don't worry. We will protect you from her beauty. We will see through deceits. You are advised. The strange moment ends.
Okay, so, but what if I skill drama? Then we could try the drama
Officer,
check.
what brings you up here in the rain?
Okay. I mean, I know 70 sounds good, but we can do better.
Officer, what brings
92.
you up here in...
Who? What? Dear God, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not candid at all. She's smoke and mirrors and will-o-wisps. She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately before she further entangles you in her web of lies.
I agree. You wouldn't give us your real name, not when people are after you.
Okay.
K1.
Okay, it's not.
Can tell us the truth.
You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Common, sir. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name. So I lied. Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. I'm so tired of it. No. It's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast, in the reeds. It just doesn't say Clausia Amandu. It says Anouk Mea Smith.
Is that a lie too?
Falsified documents?
Passport and visa. Given to me by my employer. I can't even use them. My employer probably leaked the name, Mea Smith, to hurt me.
Why would they do that?
I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly. I didn't show up because I was afraid they'd do something to me. The job was finished. I'm just a liability now.
She fears an arrest right here and now. This has been an awful turn of events for her.
West of the boardwalk, in the reeds, on the coast there. I put it there when I first arrived. Haven't been there since. I'm not sure I could even find it now.
Maybe we can.
It's useless.
The wind rises, so do the hairs on your back. Somewhere west, small bubbles rise from a plastic ball floating in the water. Rusty, the color of oversteeped tea. Long, spindly arms are spinning the boy around, turning it, inspecting it like a magic 8-ball, trying to find a way to snap it open.
Nothing is useless.
The lieutenant makes a note of it.
You're welcome to it. It's in the reeds northwest of here. Past it's Katarzyna Elysium.
It's a Grad name, Jimsk or Yugograd in origin. Not Occidental at all. Smells of motor oil, tiger, economic desolation, and rock music-infused alcoholism.
My parents were Zhimsk immigrants, but I'm nationalized Oranese. All I remember is Oranje. Elysium is my father's name.
Okay.
She nods. Her round eyes meet yours. They seem moist from the wind on the roof. She nods, her back straight, ready for whatever is next. She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath, as if in the presence of some tiger. You are. This is not the end of this.
Okay. So, we got a new task out of it. That's nice. Let's change our clothes again. And I think we gonna head back to the pier now. Yeah, we can't get to the ice cream maker just yet. West of the boardwalk on the coast. Get the old fish market at 22. So gotta check we could do again. Compost.
God damn it. Pull yourself together, René. It's a Belle McGrave. 4.46 caliber. Breech loading. Revachol made. Good weapon. Accurate and reliable. This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her? I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find.
I mean, maybe I should just sell it. So, we are looking for the bag that she dropped. Yeah. Sync signs with 9. I think we need... We also still need to ask more around about Ruby, but I don't think... Was there anybody we haven't asked yet? I guess there were some bums around somewhere. First, let's look for that bag. And ignore my car that's crashed in here. We have here.
This is it. The scene of the party. The fire pit. Cigarettes and empty bottles all evidence it. Looks like they were here a while. Judging from all the bottles, the sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point, like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain.
Didn't sound like a very productive phone. So I presume this thing should be somewhere here on the coast, right? Oh, we have yet to find the cryptozoologists. Wait, how are they called? Oh, not crypto. We haven't found the weird scientists yet, right? People looking for that rare insect. Didn't crash every MC in Revenge. Or so we hope. So we sincerely hope. Okay, it looks like I can't go any further here. But where is... Am I not in the west here? I mean, it's also possible that I'd need more perception.
The shaggy-haired girl needs...
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us? With the church, I mean. Great. Let us know if there's any progress, will ya? We've been waiting for weeks here.
I did, and I'm sorry. For what it's worth, which isn't much.
This is why I didn't go into the tent. Typical delinquency.
You don't get to choose your posse, they choose you. Mine are idiots, but they're mine. I tried to talk Andre out of it. I even tried not to lie to you.
Well, I've talked him into actually starting a nightclub.
She merely tried to omit the truth instead.
I know, but I knew you'd see through their plan too. I'm not an idiot. I should have been able to control them, and I will in the future. I promise. May I ask, what did you tell them? Thank you. I'll get them under wraps, I promise.
Okay. Oh, should I have? I've gone to like the fishing pier. Like where the one woman is standing. I mean, while I'm here, right? I think there were some people down here that looked like drunks that I've never really talked to.
A drop in temperature, an easy
What do we have
floor
here?
an empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare unjammed with lorries. No more drivers smoking on hitch steps. Just chemically sweetened. Across the road, a forgotten bus stop. Corrosion has opened a hole in its roof. An elm tree watches over the building. Its branches are dripping with rain and snow. The road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a black asphalt. The asphalt, first laid, is grey already. A row of tenements are under construction in the distance. A tub warm with water. White with soap. A man bathes while radio waves transmit the lottery numbers. 4, 18, 21, 4, 1. A modern washing machine rattles a drawer full of silverware.
What kind of lottery is this where numbers repeat itself?
His boyfriend is on his way home. He brings tins of meat and vegetables with him. Their pockets are heavier with money, but only slightly. Number 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for more warmth than their thin coats give them. The bus took them to school. It has not run for 8 years. There were not enough girls to sustain its cost. Craters pocked the surface. Children played in them until heavy trucks full of black pitch rolled in. The landowners have filled the craters with money. It is a vital artery of the flow of trade. There's one bump on the road. A dead dog lies flat about 200 paces away, right at the turn. Tragedy comes from the wheels of a fast RCM vehicle, hurrying to work. The cold washes over you. The sound of the sea has grown distant. The wind moves the aerosol. A detective stands behind the boom barrier. A breeze moves a curl of his hair.
Okay. Let's talk to those people here.
Hey, Tequila! Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you? So what's happening? Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out
says
reality.
it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street Gang. Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later.
I'm on a 42-year losing streak. Reality, it makes me aggressively sad. But tell me I'm a cop, I'm getting used to that. I have re-entered reality to conquer it, to bend it to my will. I'm the law!
That's the spirit. I used to shape reality into my image a long time ago. Those days are over now. Sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot Doom Spiral Land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
I mean, Idiot Doom Spiral is not an inspiring name.
This guy's your buddy. You feel it immediately. You belong to an organization, a fraternity of drunks. Idiot Doom Spiral, huh? This is bound to be a good, high-concept conversation. At last.
Can't really remember seeing any women after losing my keys.
It's a touchy topic. He hasn't got laid in ages. He really has no idea who this Ruby is, sire.
Okay.
You too, Tequila Sunset.
What about the other guys here? Also interesting
The noxious
name.
odor emanating from the drunken man is strong and familiar.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail!
The dozing man mumbles something inaudible.
I have a feeling those are not going to be very useful
Good
in
to
our
see you,
investigation.
friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy?
Rosemary, that's a very tame name for this group.
Does he actually know you? Or is he just shopkeep friendly?
So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. In the civilized world, it's a custom to tip the shopkeep, friend.
Yeah, I'm not buying any of your stuff. So my idea was maybe there is something here on the pier.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
I mean, keep asking choice questions about eternity or return you later. But
We're in Martinez, a casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed. Aren't we all?
She refers to your corresponding ages.
Martinez is you would be
Careful,
excused for not knowing about it. I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders. This place used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets. I would be happy to. What is a preposterously expensive education for, if not sharing? Unimportant, as the liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights. The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people. The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay. The armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do. The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head.
Yeah, I'm sure they do some shooting.
At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
Don't think so.
Of course. Not easy to be moderate about head shooting in your line of work. The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end nearly the whole world had gotten involved. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government. It made people overthrow their governments.
No way.
Indeed. Zarat is a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark.
It was a funny time in history. They discovered transistors and rock music, but they didn't know anything about prions. Nobody did.
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
It's not the end. It was the beginning,
Why?
probably, of
you
something.
and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar.
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations, and you, of course, the citizens' militia.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
Hey, I'm remembering
The
things.
zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol. After the failure of the suzerain and the commune, modernity, they developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication, telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
My character's a genius.
Time flies.
What have I been doing all this time?
The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell. The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing.
Of course.
For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
The rich always need a tax haven, don't they?
Yes, and quantitative easing. It was a market mirage, unfortunately. The 40s dispelled it. An Isla-wide hangover, you might say. So, here we are. Welcome to reality, baby.
Ooh.
For her to be where she is, Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know? Glad to have been of assistance.
Got my quest, so I think I'm okay. So we still have to put the clothes in the trash. Yeah, we still haven't found this guy. And even more beauty to the wall. I don't have the paint. It's only the shock came from. Ask about Ruby. I have a feeling I might not be at the proper boardwalk. Do you think it was on was it on the other side of the bridge? Got another skill, but you know what? We're gonna skill visual calculus now. Maybe not we absolutely need, but I just, you know, it's I just like visual calculus. And it's sort of my signature skill technique. Let's keep it up. Right? Because now it's the highest of all of my skills again. I mean, logic, conceptualization, there are a few things up there that I might want to put skill points in at some time again. So I haven't found anything here. No. Have I really... like in the... like going right here, I think I've been sort of everywhere, right? I think I found the end of the map. I found the end of the map on this side. Like, I mean, those cryptozoologists have to be somewhere, right? I think I found a new place where I haven't been before. Also found glasses. Money. What is this?
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Why are there so many bullet holes?
A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them. A dozen at least. Their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet. No sound. No movement. 10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner. Automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace remains. The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed. A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes. They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. Ordinary people, familiar, each and every one of them. Collateral damage on the path toward normalcy and progress. Such is your belief, officer.
Is that truly my belief?
7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one? Men of duty. Dark duty.
Who were
In
they?
all truth, violence offers no answer. It's only the last available resort when all mediation fails. And here, all did fail. The commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air. The lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face.
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces. It could even have been the employees of the failed R&D center down the coast, as their building was taken over by the revolutionaries.
Or maybe...
Yeah, it's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was the commandant, the superior giving the orders.
A cold sea wind blows away the figures. Behind this building, the other one, once filled with engineers and designers of Feld Electric, now collapsed and dead, but for some rats. You feel drawn, for some reason, to the faded...
Okay. There is a door here. It looks boarded up. Could there be like a fugitive hiding inside? Oh, it's inaccessible. Or so the game claims. +2 logic, -1 perception. Is that a hack? I mean, I kind of like perception. And again, logic and my perception are both pretty good. Technically, it would, you know, it gives +2 and only takes -1, so it's a good deal in that regard. But it always depends what you need, and I feel like perception is something that's more of a passive role. While for logic, I can just equip it when I face a logic check, if I remember. Oh, are those the...
A
Those
metal
are, I
of
think,
plastic
the
contraption
geologists.
bobs up and down amidst the trembling reeds. At first, it just looks like trash, but if you look closer...
That over there must be the boy class you told us about. The one she hid her passport in. We should take a look.
We should indeed.
Ooh, hidden things, secrets, lies, cold, air, tendons. Snapped the cords, keeping the boy in place. A little longer, and it would be floating somewhere out in the open sea. Moves across the water, leaving no traces. You're cold again, as always. Splendor.
Indeed. Let's see what's inside.
The boy is not tied to anything. The cords dangling from the bottom really have been torn or cut. You lift it out of the water easily, noticing how light it is. The number 11 has been written on the yellow plastic. It hasn't been in the water for very long, but it's already discolored and slimy with silt. A latch holds it close, but only just barely. The brittle metal of the latch has cracked.
Moody all the time.
Simple construction. Very unsafe.
Look, I've got a lot of different voices in my head. One of them is always Moody. Yeah, let's open
a
the
shot
door.
glass's worth of seawater pours out. Some algae, and nothing else.
Well done. I have no idea. Or think we do. This is a small loose end, either way. Not important, I hope. In my experience, cryptids are generally uninterested in travel documentation. We should go.
You could ask the miss what she thinks. Later, if you have the time. Though you doubt she'll tell you much at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the longer this game goes, Kim just accepts the quirks and tries to, you know... It's just like, yeah, whatever, move on. So they're clearly trying to trap insects here, but presumably.
Here we go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guys. Not out of this gem.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it. To what do I owe the pleasure?
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance.
Really?
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881.
The 881 is a raised motorway that separates Martinez from Jamrock. The labyrinth of streets underneath it makes it difficult to pass, not like walking over a nice water lock.
I broke the water lock from out the cache, but it's fixed now. Should I tell them that? The lock's been fixed.
Oh, good. We should really be getting back. Gary could use a hot shower and a warm bed.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes.
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the Phasmid has taken the bait.
Really?
Then we're going.
For all his passion, This man is diligent and patient. You could learn things from him.
Okay, have you seen a woman with red
Afraid
hair?
not, officer. I've been busy digging around in the reeds for days, looking for signs of insect activity. I'm less interested in mammalian concerns, to be perfectly honest.
The lieutenant takes a short note in his notebook, then gestures for you to proceed.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it.
How big is
I'm
it?
expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm. So,
Okay.
good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there?
Yeah, I mean those traps, like, yeah, you could fit a man's forearm in those traps, I guess. Sort of. What are they using to lure them in?
And I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect itself from predators, or scientists, in our present case. It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defences that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex.
Okay.
But I cannot describe how these defences work, much less how they evolve, without studying a live specimen.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something paranatural about this phasmid.
So you have a theory that there is an insect, and you've never found the insect. So your theory is, well, it uses magic to disguise itself.
Typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for.
That's so.
Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of of any cryptozoologist's career. But to study it and its defences, find out how it stayed hidden so long. Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts.
So no one's ever found one?
Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
That's a very good question.
I know it's real.
Yeah, sure.
It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid is driven by something more than the pure pursuit of scientific advancement.
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition. Yes, the most recent sighting was by a couple of teenagers along the coast here. That's
totally
what brought us to Martinez specifically.
Yeah, they totally didn't troll you.
It's the first credible sighting in several decades.
Credible.
Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore. I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis.
You have an awful lot of assumptions for something that has never been really, found.
He means asexual reproduction. The females of the species don't need to mate to produce viable eggs. This makes it easier for a species with a small population to survive.
This arouses no special feelings in me.
And it shouldn't. Nature does not concern herself with ethical propositions. As a scientist, my interest is strictly dispassionate.
Tell me about these traps.
They may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick.
Really?
Yes.
How do the traps work?
Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can get back out.
It could debate the existence of fictional bird. Oh, really?
At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the specimen's delicate exoskeleton.
How would you know it has a delicate exoskeleton?
Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm.
12 years of proceedings regarding the existence of the Wachtelkönig. I'm at least slightly intrigued now about this.
A meat-eating stick insect? Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of its ambush behavior? This seems unlikely.
Yeah, seems unlikely.
Thank you for your opinion. We have also included plant material in the traps to satiate your skepticism.
But why would it crawl like... If it like eats the plants around here, why would it crawl in here?
Not a big fan of skepticism, this one.
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which use plants. We have given this some thought.
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully constructed. It's clear the cryptozoologist's wife knows what she's doing.
I mean, I'm not debating that the trap could hold this thing or trap it once it moves inside, but I don't think they have actually figured out a way to get something inside that may or may not exist.
Yes. What? And I'm eager to return to her, I assure you. But I can't leave before we finish with these traps.
Oh, I smell a quest.
My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
Come on, Morale. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
Will the eternal incorporeal creature fall for... Yeah, okay, if it magically can walk through matter, then you have a problem trapping it. That would also explain... But I have never trapped it.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not. I won't let Lena down.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
I'm doing this for science, and so is she.
Really?
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting, on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers.
Really?
Yes. That's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine.
Could she mate it, have mated now?
Needless to say, you must ask her about the mysterious phasmid.
Definitely.
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't abandon course now. No. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the phasmid
drugs and mushrooms and often something
while
possibly.
we were sipping tea at the hostel?
Now I have to say this world does have some, like we've already learned about the Pale, the thing between the islands, that sort of weird shit that eats reality. So there is at least a little bit of fantasy in this setting. But it's still not very wise to assume a thing exists that nobody has ever actually, you know, found.
He's dead set on this. I could go for some trap setting.
What if we check the traps for you?
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer.
It's all genetic very similar. Hey, this is my method.
Yes, indeed. Both require a great deal of research.
In
attention
Fantasy
to
Rules,
detail,
true.
And, above all, persistence.
I mean, aren't they lying? Well, I guess they set traps, not like they're preparing the traps here and then they're setting them elsewhere. That would make sense.
There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there. It's very near. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower, after the church. The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them, you should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe and stupid than sorry.
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this extracurricular venture?
But Kim, maybe our suspect is hiding out in the reeds along with the... Oh, obviously, right? The suspects always hide in the reeds.
I have a feeling the only people foolish enough to spend their time skulking among the reeds are these poor fools, and us. But fine, it's not like we are drowning in leads.
Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight.
He's not comfortable with the possibility that you'll claim the find, but he's lying about this even to himself.
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed. It's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Will last you about a week.
Okay.
Wise choice.
If the pheromones should attract the insect, why aren't they using those for the trap? Why are they using food that I'm not even sure the thing eats because they're not sure the thing exists if they have pheromones to attract it? Also, how do they know the pheromones attract it?
This is the smell of dying reeds, of longing crumbling into the water.
Okay.
I hope you're not buying this. He dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect you to understand self-financing one's own research.
Right. Which means you two can pack up and go back to the whirling.
Finally, someone's talking sense.
Yes.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask. We'll be gone once you get to it.
If it's more cryptid-related business you want to discuss, you'll have time for that later too.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to the
But
world.
what if the information is vital? On the hunt.
How do you become
I
a
just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both.
Okay.
He seems reluctant to talk about himself, but he'll open up, if you prod a little.
No. Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not
Because
for a
they're
lack
not
of
real.
trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name, cryptid. Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemnee, which is 4,082 items long, about 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes.
Shocking.
2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data collection. Yes, the Chateauquan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Yugograd, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable. It's in a zoo somewhere. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves. More so even than
Really?
the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching.
Yeah. Sure. You'll
Indeed.
find the fern. You'll find the fern.
If our expedition is successful, every paper in the world will report on it. From Revachol to Dushantu. It will be a zoological miracle.
I'm sure that you're so brutally honest with
The
yourself.
hair on your arms stand up. Electricity. Sounds like reeds hissing. He has clearly done his math on this. There is no surprising him or swaying his opinion.
Yeah.
Yes?
Okay, now we could also talk with his friend, but I think we're gonna do that tomorrow. I think it's about time to head to bed and feed some cats who are getting more and more unruly. So, yeah, we'll have more brutal honesty tomorrow, where we will talk with his partner and then check some traps that will totally have bus meats in there.